Hey, good evening. Time sure was flying. I was like, plenty of time. I was like, it's 8 o'clock? Countdown is at zero? Damn, get started, alright. So, here we are. New week. Happy Monday. I don't know. Maybe someone likes Mondays. Mondays are sort of always like a change of rhythm for me because this Monday I brought the kids to school and then I just had the whole day to myself. So that was nice. And then I went straight back to bed and slept for many hours. So that was good. Oh, yeah, it's Holiday Monday in the US. So happy Labor Day. And you celebrate that by not doing labor. No, Labor Day should be celebrated by doing extra labor. There we go. Holiday Monday is the best Monday. Yep. I guess they don't come often enough, those Holiday Mondays. Yeah, all national holidays in Denmark are like all the non-Christmas and Easter ones. They're all in the spring. So spring is great. It's like every other week there's a random day off and no one can keep track of it. It's just like, oh really? It's a 4-day week. Oh, that's awesome. But then that's the rest of the year is just out. So they all go between Easter and summer vacation. So So, I like being bothered by Americans Day. That's super nice. I like my American viewers, absolutely. Also the Canadian ones, and also all the other ones. Even the Swedish ones, I like them. Yeah, see? Uh, so you could smelt straight out the minor, but ore is not standard shape. Huh? Okay, not sure I really got that exactly. Okay, well, what are we gonna do? I said last week that I probably wouldn't be streaming it this week, and then there was a new Master of the Path and Combine. So, hey, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back, Anemona, 32. I can't take the way that Americans pronounce the or in that you pronounce it in English, anemone. I was like, that's so weird. But that's yeah. I don't know. It's such an unnatural anemone. Anyway, that's but let's get to what you're used to, and you see the same word spelled the same way and pronounced different in different. What is it called in German? And how's that pronounced though? Hello, welcome. Nice. So we have a new master of the path. That means a new system that needs to be Dyson sphered, and that's gonna be awesome. Ninos as Nemo trying to say it. All right, well, the memes are coming. Yeah. So yeah, we are going to be playing it Monday and Wednesday. Friday, I'm going to take a day off. That's at least my plan right now. And so that I'm a day off is going to be Friday. And then I will be streaming Saturday and Sunday. That's insane. Oh my god, and the new headset. This one is squeaking. Can you hear it? It's annoying. When I move my head, it goes squeak, squeak, squeak. That is so annoying. And it's not like it's right by my ear, so I can't help but hear that annoying sound. So I'm just going to be perfectly still for the rest of the evening. No movement. No talking either, it seems. Right, so we are also in the process of making a design for green circuits, green signs. A bit of 40. Yeah, I don't know if that's a good idea, but it doesn't that just make it super greasy? Isn't it like a lubricant for doors and hinges and stuff? Did you just notice that I was like, my pinky was like, it's really upper class to drink Red Bull like this. A fine vintage. There we go. Very posh. Right. Let's not embarrass ourselves any further and pinkies up, lads. Let's try to get into the game and see if we can maybe not embarrass ourselves for just a little bit. And let me get my overlays. There we go. Should be good. Boom. And continue. Ooh. Continue? Yeah. We did not do anything since last time we did something. Really like this icon. It's really clever. It's really clever as. It's nice. It's nice. The car can be unloaded. Dick to take away the cargo. What? Click? Dick. Dick. Kerning is important. Alright, we ended on a bit of a conundrum, and me releasing the purple science actually triggered some people. Maybe only one person, but it was one person who actually had the audacity to write in the comment section about this. Okay, so what we have here is quantum chips. 1 quantum chip per second. That's crazy, right? All of that stuff is just 1 quantum chip. But on the other hand, you can also go like, hey, this is 1 quantum chip. Ease peas, just put it in there, and then you get 1 quantum chip. And the only question is, do we get energized graphite plus sulfuric acid in here, or should we use the other one, this one? Are you working? Yeah, you're working, right? Yeah, don't need you anymore. I kind of need you anymore. Okay, I am going to start by removing this and then building it again. So my thought about this is that I think I prefer to have. Let's go into that one. There. I would prefer to use the Fire Ice version. Oops. But that might not be possible. I think this is correct. I have no idea. It's super impossible to see. No, this one. I think that's it. Looks reasonable. Yeah, it looks. Hey, Vichu, I'm here. Yay! Don't worry, it just worked. All right. I was sure you had gotten eaten. Oh, I spilled wine again. On the planet. Hey, it's nice to see you. It's good to see you. I do notice when you're not around, and I was sure that since the last time I saw you was when Draco visited you, and then she goes home, and you're gone. I'm like, there's only one plausible explanation. Chopped them. Vichu is now chopped up and eaten. That's the only plausible explanation I can come up with. So luckily that turned out that that was apparently not the only explanation, but it was, in my mind, it was the only plausible explanation. What do you know? I was wrong. Doesn't happen often, but it did happen. Hey, Arconaut, thank you for the 3 months. Love the YouTube content. Well, hopefully, maybe you will also love the Twitch content. But if you only love the YouTube content, then so much more nice is it that you're actually coming in here to keep a sub going for 3 months, despite you not liking the Twitch content, but only the YouTube content. Maybe I'm putting too much into your single sentence there. So our problem is that I need to get. Woo! Hey, off the wallet. Thank you for the 200. Don't try starting anything at this moment. This is not where we start things. Oh yeah, by the way, for anyone who notices, all the belts are going backwards. It looks like it, at least. They're going against the arrows, and that's just because I'm suffering at very low frame rate. So we're around 30 frame rates, so it's going backwards. Because that's just. Hey, MDep, thank you for the 200. You know, I'm not a fan of those early hype trains, if that's what you're kind of going for. I mean, I'm not gonna say no, but it's just, let's just settle in. Come on, get in. There's no rush. We got all night ahead of us. Okay. This is when don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Don't look a hype train in the mouth. Which is a lovely expression that when you tell to most people, they were like, a gift horse? What? Look it in the mouth? That's because you assess the quality of a horse by looking at its teeth. See if it's the age of it. So if someone gives you a horse and you look it in the mouth immediately, then you're just assessing the quality of your gift. Don't do that. Just say thank you for the gift. Move on. Check the teeth afterwards. It's 11 a.m. I just finished my coffee. I'm ready to go. Okay. Well, that must be a double espresso coffee then. I haven't finished my one. Worst case scenario, can make some glue out of the horse. Yeah. I know someone who is like my kids. They want rabbits, bunnies at their moms, and she's been like, like typical parenting thing, like promising it but then not doing it. Anyway, I know someone else, and she's out looking for rabbits for her kids, except there's a catch. So the kids are gonna love it until they hear that they're gonna be turned into food, because that's the other part of it. The one part is you get some rabbits and they're cute pets, but they are for eating. I'm like, oh man, that's gonna be so tough on the kids, right? Just the idea of like, here's your little bunnies, you can pet them and you can name them, and in 3 months we're gonna eat them. Smoggelkind, I think, maybe. Good evening and thank you for the 10 months. I've been there. Yeah. Except you were the rabbit, right? Desperately trying to figure out how to do this in a different way. Okay, so let me explain the problem. And this is the problem we stalled on last time, but it was midnight, so I figured that next time I would be cleverer. Actually, it's not at all any of this that needs to stay here. Good. That one goes out, and this one will be replaced with sugar cubes. So the idea is there are two recipes for graphene. The sugar cube version, which has excess hydrogen, and the normal one, which takes graphene and sulfuric acid. So since we are going to rely on a rare resource. Oh, wow. Beer from Bavaria. Thank you for the 10 months. Saves time from doing both, but you need to rotate the blueprint. Okay, sorry, I'm new today. I'm not really sure what it is you mean here. Hello, Lars. When the kids ask what is the food today, you grab the rabbit, break it and skin it. That's also what I asked, like, do you know how to kill them? No. Do you know how to skin them? No. You might want to figure that out. And she was like, I'll just tell the kids it's chicken. Oh, beer from Bavaria. That is so crazy. You have a founder's badge. That is crazy. I did not know that. Well, I probably did know that, but I just forgot it because my brain is mush. Okay. See, this is why I don't want the early hype trains. They are uneventful. There. And they're much more interesting later on. Whoop! That's the wrong button. There and there. Ooh, gleaming in. Hey, MDev, thank you for the 1000 bits. I followed you from YouTube to Twitch back in 2017. Yeah, that's crazy. And then haven't seen you so much around, but since I can also see that it's It's a 6-month subscription, but it's 3 years ago. So let me just make a quick mental calculation. I don't think you've been subscribed every month since then. It's actually almost 4 years ago, right? Time sure flies when you're having fun. That I started on Twitch. My very first stream. There. No, no. Well, it's still not a hype train, so still only stuck at the station. So we'll see if it decides to leave the station. Hey, Warren, it has left the station. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. The train has left the station. Okay. What if I do something different? What if I don't take this one by here and I don't take that one? And then I basically say, you know what? These two. They are both going out on the side. Oh yeah. That one goes in here. This one goes in here. And then I need to take this one out, this one out. I knew that it would be better to not try to complete it last time, but actually try and... It turns out this is much nicer. Look at this. Look at this. So much better. I don't think there are any conflicts here. Ah, well, there is kind of one, isn't there? Because this one is the hydrogen. And it has to go in on... What if I go in on this belt? How much do you consume? You consume 3 per second, and this one is probably going to produce 4 per second if I'm not mistaken. That's that one. It's the bottom one. It's producing 0.1 per second, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4. So I produce 4 per second, and if I could just feed it into one, it would be so nice, but I can't. It has to go into that one. Hey, XXXXX. Thank you for the subscription, the brand new subscription, and welcome. See, I mean, this is good and all, but well, there's no reason why they have to be like this. Actually, that is 100% not supposed to be like that. Okay, so I could have... That one kind of has to go in there. And then... Could I take graphene on the outside? Could I switch these two? Skippy, thank you for the Prime for 27 months. Alright. Well, I think it's going to be a level 1. See, I really want to get it into that one. And that's the problem, right? That's the problem. Could we rotate things? You know what? This one, yeah, it could go in on the other side, but if it went over here, then it wouldn't really... It'll still need to cross 3 bridges then. That's completely impossible. First time to subscribe to any Twitch channel, but I guess it would be a nice stuff with you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, well, I guess that's because I draw people from YouTube here, so I think that most people have found this channel from YouTube coming over to my channel and then maybe finding others, and less people being active on Twitch and then sort of just happening to find my channel. Hello, Chris. Good evening. Hey, off the wall, look, thank you for the 1000 bits. Alright, with 40 seconds left, then we're not going to make it to the next spot. It looks like it is a Warren, and, well, still ended up in the lead, since got first to the 1k bits. 30 seconds. If you want to snipe, there's the time. It is a level 1, and it also goes into the Factorio series if you are interested in getting your name on the board. Hey, ended up taking it back with 300. And happy birthday, Chris. Yep, level 1. So this is why now you see it more. Sleep why I am not so thrilled about the early hype trains. They are just more of a distraction, to be honest. You got the conductor badge, and it's certainly cheaper to get it today than it was yesterday. Alright. Is there any way that I can get this one in here? No. Could I... Just gonna move this one because this is kind of irrelevant right now. It's just something for later. You can take that out here. Yeah. This is what I should be looking at. I need the hydrogen to flow together with one of the other hydrogens. And right now I'm only looking at options that do not include any over-unders. What if I now, instead of doing this, take the hydrogen into the middle? Would that be an option? Not really. Because it's still going to be 2 belts of hydrogen. How much is this one taking? This was... Oh, yeah. This is actually enough for the first one, but not enough for the second one. Because this is only taking 3 per second. So it's 3, 6, 12, 24. So this is not even a full belt. So why have 2 belts? 2 full belts? Because when I inevitably want to scale this up and upgrade this to blue assemblers, then it will be 24 times 1.5, that's 36, and that means that it's going to be more than a full belt. But 36 is almost 30 plus 4. It is so close, right? It's so close to being just that. A lot of people aren't sure how to save their sub renew until later. You have to click the dots and then pin it until you're ready to post it. Use it strategically. Yeah, that's a good point. This is just here you can set up just icons for whatever you want. It's a new memo tag. I am still, I mean, I'm this is getting better. Right? This one I can do, and I can get this out here, and I can also just do that. Copy. There. I can also say that this is on the inside belt, but is that going to change anything at all? Only so much so. Ooh, that was close. Only so much so that I could. See, I don't want the hydrogen in the middle. Do I? No, not really. I don't feel this is correct. Okay, just for the thrill of it, let's try something completely different. So this could be, I don't know, something like this. But then you'd have to curve around and go back. It's not pretty. We'll definitely have middle going out. Then it just seems logical that I'm switching these two. This one goes the same way. Funny how I'm so cautious about allowing them to go in here. The big problem is the fact that I have to cross two belts. Just kind of thinking about something here. Because now I can then do this one is priority, the one that comes in from this side, and the other one here is just what it is. Alternatively, I need to split them here. Go that way, but then I'd have to cross two belts, and that's not great. I mean, now that I'm doing this pattern, then I could also just go all in with that crap. And then just go over here. Get that in on... It's gonna be the outside, right? This one. Doesn't look good. Hello, Patrick. Good evening to you. Do we think this is good, better, worse, happy, not happy? Hello, unpronounceable. It would be cool if blueprints were fixed by restricting them to gridded blueprints only. Since the planet has a finite grid, you wouldn't have to take into account any pre-placement collision detection. I think that a lot of people would hate that idea. This is technically not great, because this should just be a ramp, right? People will go like, why is it not a ramp? Choose a ramp instead. I'm like, no, don't like ramps. Hello, Valentin. Good evening. Alright, so that's inbound. Inbound. Here. I will be getting it in and out and in and out. And here, let's turn inbound and inbound. Yeah.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
I cannot oh, coked up Irishman. Okay, good for you. Welcome. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. Like, how is that gonna be a I could see that there were definitely something man and something. Oh, hold on. These don't always work with blueprints. I hate that I have to like make contingencies in my blueprints here for broken blueprints. A boulevard of broken blueprints. That should not work. Whoa, is that working? Really? I'm not sure I like this because it also kind of makes me feel like I could have done this another way, couldn't I? Yeah. Hello, Ursula. The one advantage is this one. The fact that I can just set it to be prioritized inbound here, and then that's it. So I will never be running, this one will never jam because it'll only put in surplus good stuff. And we just put up some belts, some here, that one, and that one. Oh, really? Really, really? And then we just see how it matches the rest of it, or the next of it. That will be this part. No, it'll be this part. And then this one has to be aligned middle. And then maybe we can do something about those outbounds there. I guess we could make it in there. Yep. If I just took that one out. Let's see. And this one can definitely be done closer. Take that out, that out, that out. And that means I can now get it in all the way here. That's the first. Whew. MK2 for tutorial, yes. Now with moving the northernmost belts down, you can fit 3 blunts in a large. Yes. That was also one of the things that I was thinking of, is like, is there one little advantage to this in that regard? Ah, autosave takes a while. Oh, really? And then these definitely need to be highlighted what's on each. This will, the first one is, what? It doesn't say what it is. Is it titanium? It's titanium glass and water. Yeah. Okay, so titanium, glass, and a splash of water. There's one thing, and something I'm gonna need a chemist. Do we have any chemists here? Like real, genuine chemists? Not like someone who took a 101 chemistry at the community college or I don't know what. But if we have any real chemists here, then there's something I just don't think. A chemical engineer, I think then I don't think that's the same. Well, I know it's not the same, but I don't think you. Okay, so there's one thing that's always been bothering me. I mean, always since I was a wee lad, it's always been bothering me. But I play one on TV. Okay, well that's close enough, right? So if you find a whiskey drinker, and there might be some of you around here, then whiskey drinkers will go, whoa, well, when you pour it, you really have to use a drop of distilled water to break the surface and release the aroma. I'm like, the majority of whiskey is water, and then you're adding 1 drop extra water. What kind of magical thing does this thing do? And if you start explaining it like a whiskey drinker, you're already out, because that's just bullshit. That's just magic. And I don't care if you can taste the difference, because that's placebo effect. So that has no bearing. The only thing that matters is explain it from a chemical perspective, that this glass, which is basically just water with a bit of something else in it, alcohol, is then changing in its chemical structure because of 1 droplet of blood. Of distilled water. 1 drop of distilled water is going to change something chemically to release some aromatic flavors. I cannot even start to understand what that could be. The idea is that you pour your whiskey in your very special shaped glass, and whether you do it on the rock, you shouldn't do it on the rocks. It's if you take it neat, so you or neat or straight, I don't know, but you can take it chilled with like a special stone that's cost $200, and it's basically an ice cube that doesn't melt. Anyway, so you basically just do with a pipette preferably, and it has to be distilled water. Single droplet into the whiskey, and then go, oh, you can feel the aromatic flavors are being released. Oh, this is that. I have H2O2. The second man died. Nice. So the thing is, like, if that would work, then there would be, like, let's say that you make your alcohol, your whiskey at 42%. But there's also whiskey that's 40%.
Tales of our endeavors.
It bothers me. Couldn't a single drop agitate the liquid and release more vapors? Hey, okay, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Well, couldn't a single drop of blood? Yes, but after you pour it, you've been shaking up the surface so much that it's... if it's about sort of the stirring, and then you're already, by pouring it, mixing a lot of oxygen in there. Yeah. A gradient of concentration with some chemicals trying to get into the water faster. If these chemicals happen to be how much, you'll get stronger more. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, I can understand that Hey, thank you, Knight, for the 200. I can understand it if we talk about potassium permanganate, right? If you take a bathtub and put one droplet of potassium permanganate in there, then it's going to be completely dark purple after you stir it a bit. I can understand it, but we're talking about distilled water. There is pretty much nothing as harmless as that, and you mix it into a liquid that is already majority water anyway. Now, I will not contest that it works, and the experience, and that's the reason why when you go on a vacation to the south of France and you sit on or in Italy and you sit there watching a sunset, you have the mountains, the sunset, the in this little cafe that you just found, and they serve this wine, and it's just absolutely fantastic. This magical evening, and you're not even fighting with your wife anymore. It's just magical. So you've looked up the wine, you buy it in the supermarket, and you go home and you go like, just tastes like any other $10 wine, because that's what it is. But it's the moment, it's the atmosphere, it's the scenery, it's all that elevates the experience. And that's why waiters come in and says, oh, this leaf was handpicked by our waiter in the forest while being hunted by goblins. Like, you just tell a story because it's going to be make the experience more more not authentic, quite the contrary, but it'll just enhance the experience, and because of that it'll taste better. If you just get like a slap of meat and I'll go like, well, there you go. But if it's like, oh, this is prime and it's been aged like this, and we do this ourselves and we cuddle the cow and whatever, they go like, oh, oh, it is extra. You can really feel the massaging of the cow on this one. And so the experience is a big part of it, because taste and smell, they're not simple, but you can enhance it with mind tricks. An article about this very thing. Awesome, awesome, cool. Let's stop the stream and read NPR articles. Refrain from whiskey. A molecular explanation why it works. All right, I'm gonna read this. Where's the the abstract? You just want to read the abstract. Okay, that's too long. Didn't read. Why do they not have a? This is typical NPR. They don't have a TLDR. They will just go to extreme lengths to explain things and not just allow us to do it. Is it just reading? Yeah. Just look at me like, interesting. Didn't know that. Of the glass is 40% alcohol and one aroma stuff, more or less. Top 100% is water due to the uneven distribution. Let's try to even things out. Some chemicals can do so faster. Aha. This glass belt here is sticking out, indeed. There, that's better. It doesn't matter because this one is still messed up. All of that for nothing. This is why I took one in from either side. Too bad. This is now. It goes 1, 2, 3. 1, 2 out. Yeah, this is one too many. Oh, maybe I could do something. Maybe I can trim it down by having shared output belts. It's gonna be a bit awkward, but you know, we can do it. We can do anything we set our minds to. So I've also been. So the reason why I'm asking these questions is because I have an intuition that tells me that it's bullshit, right? And therefore I get curious to see if there is something to it or it's pure placebo effect. Oh no, don't do that. But I've also been like, I remember like set the whiskey drinkers, put a drop of distilled water. Yes. Scrap bottle of whiskey and some distilled water. Whoever is sober enough to explain at the end can explain. Right, yep. At simulations at lower alcohol concentration that the taste creating molecules and the alcohol molecules would cluster on the surface of the water near the air. That's just, I don't know. I'm just, some things are just still a mystery to me. I don't know enough chemistry to really just, but it. Now I thought that if you had like any alcoholic beverage, that the distribution of alcohol and water would be even all the way through. It wouldn't be like, well, the first sip is, I mean, maybe if you mix it gently, but having been stirred and all that, then it's gonna be a uniform. It will be a uniform mixture. That's at least that was my thought, at least. So. This is hydrogen. Also hydrogen. Here's a super simple way to do it, right? Like this. And then this one has now been tightened up just a bit. One on the side, one, two. Should be even alcohol water, do not separate. Exactly. That's Dixon, that's also what I'm thinking, like it, or unhomogenized milk, for example. Only applies to cask strength stuff where adding the water makes it. I mean, this is people drinking it out of a Shiraz Regal 18-year, and then go. There we go. No, 3 drops. 3 drops is the match. I've tested it with 2 and I tested it with 4 and 3 drops. That's the right number. Like, all right, yeah, I'm sure. Just to taste stronger when you take the last sip, though. Yeah, it's always the last sip that gives you the hangover. It's weird, isn't it? So there's another thing that was actually explained to me, but I didn't get, is the fact that when you drop your bottle of carbonated, and then it's all, then you know you shouldn't open it immediately. But then the whole idea of just going and then open it, and I was like, that makes no sense. That why would do anything? But it does actually, and that's the weird thing. So I think I can try to explain it. So when you shake it up, it's of course under pressure, but you get more of the air that's in here to mix, and that means the surface between, there will be air bubbles inside the liquid, and those air bubbles, they're the ones that react with the carbon. They actually, it's not really reaction. It's like it's a physical reaction, not a chemical reaction. It's the stuff that makes the carbon come out of the drink and into the air. So the more surface area you have between the liquid and the air bubbles, the more fishiness you will get. So by tapping, you will release the air bubbles that are stuck on the inside, and therefore there will be less surface between the air and the liquid. So when you open it, it'll just go psh, it won't go. Yeah. Creates hydraulic pressure. I don't know that. Is it hydraulic pressure? I wouldn't think that would be hydraulic pressure. But it is interesting. I mean, just the idea of like Mentos and Coke, that like, oh, that's a chemical reaction. No, it's not a chemical reaction. It's come on. It is a physical reaction. It is the evening out of an equilibrium between the water and the liquid, or the liquid and the gaseous form. I don't know what it's called, if it's called hydraulic pressure. I think that's fascinating. Fascinating. Hold on, this is still weird, isn't it? Why would I even do this? This could still be done better. We've simplified this so many iterations. It's lovely. And then we can cut one more out. Oh no. Do you have space for the first tower? Can you move the Casimir before? Can you move the Casimir build to before the second tower? Okay. Explain to me why I would do that. Why would I do that? I don't think there's a point to it. Why would I do that? I'm feeling that I'm getting sidetracked from my steps here of congestion. I was just working on the congestion. It seems like it could be a good idea. But I'm not sure. Does seem a bit wasteful to do that, doesn't it? Sugar cubes there, sugar cubes there. And how is this one powered? Oh, it's not. Okay, that's good, because then it's going to be in here. There. Spoken technical explains better in a monotone tone. All right. Well, you've come to the right place then. And let's see, what is this? This is that one. I mean, it could be that it's a good idea. It seems that the aromas are clustered in the alcohol and not the water. That makes sense. By watering down the whiskey, the aroma can no longer be solved in the alcohol. Maximum saturation and stuff, and the aroma evaporates from your drink. By watering down the whiskey, I can see that if you're just like pouring water in. Can no longer be solved in the alcohol. How does that work? CEST OX113, thank you for the prime and welcome. Rioth, if you have something if you have two liquids and you have something that's soluble only in one of them, adding more of the other thing doesn't change anything, because it's still only soluble in the one liquid. How would that change it, right? It's you're adding more capacity of something that is irrelevant. That's not changing it. Maybe it's not that simple, or maybe there's like a chain reaction. Is what gives whiskey that smoky, spicy, peaty flavor. Chemically something. It's similar to a lot of other whiskey aroma compounds with vanilla, scent of vanilla, and these are other flavor compounds are not attracted to water and are more likely to become trapped in ethanol clusters. Okay. So meaning they found that the concentration of ethanol had a large effect on at concentration above the ethanol and alcohol content of the whiskey is distilled. It's mixed thorough. Is diluted before bottling to 40% ethanol. In the simulation at 40%, ethanol accumulated near the surface. At 27%, the ethanol began to aerosolize, presumably freeing the... Okay. Right, see that? Now this makes total sense. But that's not one drop. That's like a whole ice cube that melts. Right? If you change it from 40% to 27%, then how much have you added to the total mass of the water? Do we talk mass or do we talk volume percentage? We'd probably talk volume percentage since it's alcohol we're talking about. But I don't know. Either way, let's assume it's alcohol, it's volume percentage. How much is that? If you have 100 milliliter, then it's 40. So... then it's actually adding 48. Yeah, it's 50%. You add 48% additional. That is not just a bit. So if I glass of whiskey and then pour water in, like half as much water as whiskey. I've never heard of any whiskey drinker that did that. It's always like a droplet of distilled water, or two, maybe. Effect on a small volume and the surface. They don't stir the drinks after they add the water, right? I don't know. Okay, then maybe that's like it doesn't add it to the whole thing, so it just drops at the top. Okay, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. I love that when I have these kind of questions that I'm just puzzled about, I can always bring them up, and then there will always be someone who is smart enough to help figure it out, and we can discuss it in a proper manner without anyone raging. Super awesome. Love it. I mean, I know more about whiskey now than most whiskey drinkers. Maybe not the most useful stuff, but I just googled. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, now everyone knows a bit more about it. I suppose that if you sort of have an even distribution in the total liquid and you drop some water, then it drops only at the top, and then sort of locally locally it would make sense, right? And then maybe that's it. So that little droplet has also a physical impact. Probably. Should do a blind test. Have 2 glasses, tell them one's 2 drops and one's none. Yeah. Neither. You have to do a triple test. Did I miss the break? No, I'm gonna take my break now. We wanted to round off this topic. Really good. And in the meantime, we've actually been improving this. Maybe not at the fastest pace that we could have. I'm still kind of contemplating whether I can rotate this one back. I don't think I can rotate it back, but I can maybe push it over here, and that might be better. I think it's going to be better if I take this and move it over here, and that one goes in. I like it. We'll do that after the break. Let's go here. Let's go. Hello, screenshot. There. All right, so short break, and then I'll be back, and then we'll talk less about whiskey and more about whatever other topic we come up with while continue to design. See you in a bit. All right, so we have. Yeah, I was just changing it to just reading. Sorry about that. Time flies when you're running around like an idiot here. Also forgot to mute. What? Did I? I don't think I can forget to mute. Can I? Damn it, Chris, you are too clever. Yes, we can hear you. Because that would be like the most obvious thing that I would be asking, right? Diffuse, thank you for the 31 months. I'll just tab away. God, I hate them. Ah, I hate them so much. Ah, why do I have to humiliate myself for them every evening? Hey, welcome back, guys. Right? That's how it goes, right? It's ridiculous how often there are these hot mic situations, and if you are in show business, I'm not. I'm in show business, but it's not like I've been in show business for many years. You just, if you're wearing a mic, assume that it's hot. I think Robert Durst can attest to that. How's that for a reference? There is another way. Don't be an asshole, but that's just so much work. So I think it's just better to go with the easy one and just go like assume that the mic is hot, and then be careful when you're being an asshole. But there's also the other option of just not being an asshole. But I've considered it for a while, but then after 10 minutes I realized that it was just not my kind of thing. Yeah, that's too hard. Exactly. Wait. It sounds like just sounds like an inordinate amount of work. Definitely not for me. Even if it's not hot on PA, there might be a tradition listening. Yeah, that's also true, and that is actually true. Or your producer or something like that. But it's just like, I think that maybe some of it is just being. Oh, I should not have taken like all of that. All right, paste it again. This one has to go into that one. Yeah, so it just seems like sometimes newscasters and stuff, they become too comfortable with assuming that the mic is off, and then suddenly it's just cut back to studio, and then they are sitting there and, well, it's somehow always sexually harassing their co-host. Well, this is going to give us another problem. Now hydrogen has to come in from this side. That's not good. Is this the... This is coming in here. This is coming in here. Let's just no way that this outbound thing can get out reasonably. Unless it goes through. And I don't know, can it do that? I don't think it can. Whoops. Like this one, if this goes through, then it will have to have a spot in here. And it doesn't. It can't pass through if it doesn't have a spot. How do I know? Because I can't select it as an output filter. So you would have to have a spot here, which I don't want. If recordings are done, everything is recorded, even if it's not on the air. Yeah. Yep. There's also someone who offered at some point, like, hey, you can just send me, like, it was a new way of sort of detecting, like, basically when you do my edits, then I clap. As you probably noticed, sometimes I don't take out my claps if I need to do a retake. The idea is basically that I do a clap before I take, so that when I look at the audio profile in my editing software, I can see like a spike, and then I start talking, and I go like, that means I had to do a retake, so anything before that, something before that has to be done. Is titanium coming from the first tower? Is it? What? What? Why? What? Why is it? What? Is that really also how it is here? Do I have titanium in both towers? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's insane. That makes no sense. Okay. That changes everything. No. But I can do this. I can do it on the outbound side. I can do that, but I can't do it on the inbound side. Urgh, consistency. Can I please have some consistency here? It's usually meant to synchronize audio and video. I am keenly aware of it, but it also works very well for exactly the purpose that I need it for. Alright, we'll take it out here. And then these just have to be copied. There you go. It's all good. It's the same quantities. Yeah, that's why you have a clapper, so you can... And it also, like, this is the simplest one, because if things get out of sync, I usually don't do stuff like that. I usually don't desync my audio and video, unless it's an accident, and then I just undo until it's back to normal. That's too many kinks. And I know we shouldn't kink shame, but this is a bit too many kinks for me. Okay, well now it's one less kink, so now it's my liking this amount of kinks. That means I should have this one as a pass-through. And we still are not happy about this. This is an input belt. It's just, let's try another shape. That one. No. Yes. There. Modern claps have timers on it. At the point you see the peak in the outer, you can just, yeah. But it's not that big of a deal for the stuff that I do. So I think that's okay. But it is sometimes, if you watch something that is, oh no, oh no, well that's no good, oh no, that sucks. Because this one can't go by here, can it? No, why not? Why did you do that? Ah. Does that really mean that I have to use ups and down belts again? I just don't like it. I don't like it. I like the fact that I did not have to use that. This one's also a bit too quirky. Is the Casimir taking more hydrogen than fire is providing? Yes, way more. This is consuming 24, and this one is producing 4. So I have to supplement by another 20. Oh, right, yes, that's true. We also have like the unsolved problem of hydrogen has to be prioritized here. I'm not sure it was a good idea to move it. I actually had something that worked before, and now I have something that doesn't work. And there really wasn't any purpose to it. Aside from the fact that we got the... Yeah. I'm gonna ditch that idea. Might have been a good idea, but I can't make it work. We're still gonna make some of it work. So obviously, it's hard to stick it there. This would be so nice if it would just be allowing us to say it's blue on blue belt, so please. But alas, that is not a thing in this day and age. Do we have to kill this? At least this part, right? And then copy it again. Use it and dismantle it. Too close, too close. What's up? Nope. It is connected there, good. And then over on this side, we still have to fix the this one outbound. That one will change there, and this one will change to water. And then I will get this out. There you go. One tile with the line with grid. Oh, you mean like this one in the middle with line with... Is that better? Does it matter? I mean, I can kind of see that it matters. I'm gonna concede that point. It's something that if I was watching, I would be annoyed by it. So just because I'm watching should not make me, or just because I'm building and it's my mistake. Yeah. And this one is still connected back there. Yes, so we have a continuous connection. Yeah, it looks better. You're right. Thank you for forcing me to do that. I like this one. Like, very, very simple. And what it now also does is it goes one tile out. This one technically goes 2 tiles out. But it's a lot less than before. And that should make it feasible for us to have like 3 of those. Then I am going to see what else. That was only up to there. So we still missed like the last part. So shouldn't this just be now deleting all of this? Who decided this was a good idea to actually bring stuff in? There. Poof, they're all gone. Started from here. It's not aligned now. This one is how much misaligned? It's 1, 2, 3 misaligned. One, 2 misaligned. Okay. So, what does that mean? That between this one and that one, it would be nice if I could find one tile that we can congest. There we go. That's one tile of congestion right there. Oh, come on. What? Now what? Was this exactly where I left it off before? I think it might have been. And let's look at this one. This is now... What? One tile off. Oh, undo! This is middle, and then it goes 1, 2, and then it would be aligned. Did I misplace it or what? Because this doesn't make any sense. What's going on here? Ah, it's the glass coming in. Glass is coming in. And then it goes onwards. And then I have the plane filter thing here. And this one doesn't know anything. So that must be returning, because that's an inbound. Yep. And then this is outbound. I don't think this one is connected. No. Passing through, and then it comes from the side, goes through, goes in, goes through, goes down. Yes. Oh, by the way, we should restart our science. That was when we didn't have drones that we... oops, definitely don't do that. And let's see. Good. That one we have to take out as well. I think this blueprint is good. Now, we don't know if it works, so let's just clean out the other thing here. Hey, Black Fiction. Good evening. I guess you're new around here. Yep. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. But if you want to sort of know exactly, then I also release my schedule on Discord, and I also sometimes have it updated here on Twitch, and I just realized that it is not updated right now. So before you actually find it, figure out where it is, then I am going to update it. Schedule. There we go. Friday is now a day off. Delete. And Saturday. Add stream. It is on Saturday. What? Oh, that's the vacation. I'm not doing vacation. I don't do vacations. Huh. This is Icarus. We think that's the one. And it starts at 8 p.m. It is not only on a specific day, and that's on a Saturday the 11th. There. And I'll then also change to Icarus, and that will be that day there. Sweet. Okay, now, for example, my schedule is fully updated here on Twitch as well. You can just click at the link and it should be updated. Awesome. That's your turn. I'm watching YouTube. Sorry, I had to destroy the info. No, don't worry about it. I mean, there is so little flow that it's more of a step thing. Don't worry about it. I mean, if someone new comes in and has a genuine question, then totally I should do it. So yeah, we do it all the time too. Yeah, you guys got me completely distracted with half an hour talk about whiskey and chemistry. You guys. That one goes around. Alright, I think I'm ready to just fire it up and hope for the best. This one should not be getting this one, because, well, it's not getting that one. No needed, not needed. And then I don't really like this part though. I know I have to redo the inputs and outputs then. I'm gonna just assume local demand for all of this. There. And the first one. This is also looking bad. So let's take this one out and put it up here. That's maybe less likely to be local, but I'm gonna set everything local just for consistency's sake. And then I think it's time to do the final check. Yes. All right, let me take a blueprint of this. Facing north, of course. Oh no, I built it the wrong way. The disaster. It's unreal. One 1,647 entities. I'm just gonna give it a generic thing. There you are. Save blueprint. Of course I have 2 of them. Don't think I need you anymore. New blueprint. New blueprint. Huh? Please share. It's gonna be shared on Saturday when I make the next masterclass on quantum chips. I have noticed that my masterclasses for Dyson Zero program are not particularly great for views, so not a big surprise. Exit of glass and water tower wrong. Okay, good. Thank you. I mean, it's not good, but it's still good to know. Ah, yes, they are. Don't think it matters, but it would just be that one. That means I have to... And this is the another one of those bad parts about blueprints, right? So if I take this one, there's no way for me to take this one and then just like redo the blueprint. I can't do it. I have to delete it and then rebuild it. That's why you don't put icons on until you're at the very end, because that's super annoying to have to redo blueprints and these icons that you just meticulously set up 1 per sec. I can manage to do that. Let's write that period. There you go. Oh, Merlin. What is Merlin supposed to be sharing? A 4x4 splitter design. I don't have a 4x4 splitter design. Where do I have a 4x4 splitter design? Like this thing? All right, so yeah, let's fire it up. Let's fire it up and see what we get. This one should have been here. Demand. Sweet. Demand. Okay, so here we go. These are going around. This is the one that takes the longest, not surprisingly. Oops, that does not look right. Why is it not splitting? Oh. Go. Well, that's another mistake. Sorry. Okay, so this one's actually building. It's just chugging along in here. Huh? What? That's not good. That's not good. This one is supposed to be filtered only for Casimir. Oh crap. Yeah. That means I have all sorts of crap everywhere. Lovely. That one also does not look great. Why is nothing coming into the middle? There. I think I got rid of the stuff that didn't work. This one is exclusively going into build here. The plane filters. This is not working because we don't have any hydrogen. Oh shoot! I was supposed to demand hydrogen. All right, cool. Demand hydrogen. I forgot that. Maybe just only 5,000. It's my favorite Dane. Thank you, Unimatrix. My guess is you don't know a lot of Danes. If you knew more, I probably wouldn't be your favorite. There are some pretty decent ones around. Like Mads Mikkelsen, for example. I think he's the only Dane most Americans know. Mads Mikkelsen, I don't know how you would pronounce it. Like the guy who played Hannibal in the Hannibal series, the guy who played like so many villains over the years. Also the bad guy in Death Stranding. What else can we come up with that he's... Did you see the news that Hideo Kojima wants to make a new game with Mads Mikkelsen, and his working title is Mass Power? That is not a good working title. Like Anderson. Anderson, it doesn't sound like Danish name. That sounds like a Swedish name. I don't know. For the Leafs? Hannibal, the TV series, it is absolutely phenomenal. Really love it. I really should watch it again. Oh, why are you not working? It's just half goes in here, half goes here, so that's 25 plus 25%. So these two are going to be starving while this one is going to be backlogging. So, like we did have some... There were two Danish actors in Game of Thrones. One was... Pilou Asbæk, but I can't remember what his... To James Hopkinson. I'm not referring to Anthony Hopkins, because I know that Anthony Hopkins is not Mads Mikkelsen. There is a TV show called Hannibal, and it's absolutely phenomenal. Huh? The splitter after what? The one splitter after Casimir looks like it's kinking the belt. Kinking? Are you kink shaming? After Casimir. This is... Okay, after Casimir. Like that one? Yeah, it's true. It is... It's tight. It's a tight 90. That one. Do we think that's too much? Well, I don't really have any space to spare, so that is what it is. Mass played Hannibal. Indeed. And he did it phenomenally. And it had Gillian Anderson. Maybe that, you know, it is really difficult for me to not like anything that includes Gillian Anderson. James Hawkinson, the lead. I don't know. I don't think he's the lead. I would say a show called Hannibal. I would kind of lead towards Hannibal being the lead. Oh yeah, that's true. He's taking Johnny Depp. Yeah, that's true. Also, that I don't know. Maybe I would. I don't know. Maybe he's not in a position to say no to Hollywood roles, but isn't that? Wouldn't that kind of go under like a bro code? Like, yeah, you fired Johnny Depp because he was accused of sexually harassing, when it's pretty obvious. Not assaulting, whatever her name is, but it's pretty obvious, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, that she is at least half of the problem. But hey, she's a woman, so it can't be her. Oh, Nikolai Coster-Waldau. Yeah. Nikolai Coster-Waldau, of course. And it's from the Iron Isles, the pirate that returns what's the character? Victorian? No, that he's not even in the. Euron one eye. Euron. It's Euron. I think that's what. It's really funny when there's a scene in the Red Keep where those two characters are facing off against each other. Euron Greyjoy. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, the librarian. Yeah, that's true. I was like, are you kidding me? Is that what? That I'm pretty sure that's a friend favor from Nicola Costa-Waldau, that he was like, can I get a role for this guy? And apparently they were dubbed. He had like 3 lines and 2 of them were dubbed afterwards. So yeah. This one is actually our fattest part of the build. By the way, do we think that things are working? First of all, do we have any? Yes, we do. Are these chugging? Well, the last one is not quite. Not chugging quite as much as it could chug. And that's because this is empty. And that is pretty obvious. This will fill up first because this gets 50%. Then 50% goes this way. 25 go here. 25 go here. These 25 will only be consumed by 1 belt. But these 25% will be consumed by 2 belts. Or 2 rows. So obviously this will be starving until the other ones start backlogging or backfilling. There you go. Do we not have any moderators around? Please, moderators. Thank you, Michael. There. Okay, so it's gonna take a bit more time before it actually goes at full speed. This one has to go all the way back here. All the Casimir crystals. But it looks like it is happening. Is it starving for anything else? No, it's not. So this one will now just start filling. Go, 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 go. Oh no, it started consuming more. Why not 2 belts for Casimir? Because that... I could take it in there and in there. Yeah. Could I? I could. I could actually. That's a good point. No, yeah. Could I? Yeah, that's actually a good point. Should I do that? Yeah, you mean like 2 belts instead of 3. Like here it goes on the outside, 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 but it could go on the inside and inside. And it's kind of that's really weird. Oh, that's inbound, inbound. Ah, that's because, okay. The reason is that these are inbounds, inbounds, and inbounds. And then I have the outbounds and outbounds here. And they will then go straight out here. So that's kind of why. I like the idea that they were going straight out and then almost straight out. These are just not getting enough. It doesn't, it's not making any difference, right? It's, okay, let's have a look at the Casimir crystals. Are they working the way they should? They're all working, so that's good. And the hydrogen is being consumed because it is prioritized inbound. Good. All the other things look fine as well. This one is graphene. Why is graphene super saturated compared to what it should be? Like, it's so saturated that it's actually stuck here. That's kind of bad. That's probably because the hydrogen was coming in so slow, and that's really why Casimir crystals is the stuff that we're waiting for, because I forgot to bring in the hydrogen in due time. Yeah, but now we should see that we are getting more into the middle because this one is jammed, this is jammed, and this is jammed. So we'll get more into here, and we should hopefully see these 3 yellow dots move, not move, disappear. Wrap the build around is not an option. What it is an option is to, I could make a change so that I would have this one coming in middle here and middle, I mean in there and in there. And then this one would go in here and in here. And then I would have the outbound to the outside and middle and outside. But then I would also have this one, which is coming in here, would be redundant because it would be on the outside as well. So I don't know. I don't think I might be saving 1 line of belts, but that's it. Okay, look at that. This is kind of doing stuff. Nothing, nothing. They're still not getting enough down here. 5 and 4. I want to wait until I see this working. I really feel that it should stabilize. Yeah, there. Now this is good. Keep going, keep going. Go, 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 go. When it's stalling, just keep sending it down here. It's never going to reach these 2, unfortunately. We're just never going to get it. Like 4, 3, it was 5 more last time. I don't get it, right? It should saturate, but it's not. It doesn't seem like it. Nope. I'm not gonna be putting priorities because then it just starves something else. It's gotta. This is a better balance because priority will be 100% priority, and that's exactly not what I want. Then I'll have this one full and the other one will be empty. So then it's just gonna be this one that starves. So hey, look at that! They're all working. Yay! How did that happen? I just looked the other way for a bit. Cool. So now they're all working. And they're all working here. Yay, we have exactly the production we should be. And this one is probably not producing because, well, it's saturated. Excellent. And stuff is coming in and picking up. This one is done. That is an amazing blueprint. Now I am going to disable it again. I'm going to leave it the way that... I'm going to do that. Because that's what I want for the blueprint. I think it's a bit unfair to have blueprints that just request immediately. Except for the warpers. The warpers always. Cool. And then I take it as a blueprint again. This time we are taking the whole damn thing as a blueprint. 1647. And now I can call it something. Quantum chips. 1 per sec. And do we want more than 1 icon? Not really. Just that one. Oh, damn it. I forgot. There. 1 parsec. That's close enough. This one. Ta-da! Good night, Patrick. With slow craft. Yeah, it will take some. Right, so now comes the big and interesting thing, is that how are we able to put 3 next to each other? I can't even build it here, but if I... Oh, it's stuck in the wrong corner. I hate it. Why? Why can I not choose what corner it wants to anchor at? I wanted to anchor at the... I want to anchor at this corner. So what if I start up here? I don't understand the anchoring. See, it's still up top. Does anyone know how this actually works? I think that it works this way, that it anchors at the lower left when facing north. Yeah. I'm facing north and then it does that. So what I need to do is I need to reverse it, build it, and then stamp it down. And that means Delete. There. It looks like I have everything and I have nothing of the wrong ones. Okay, and it's still the same number. So that one, that one. This is the name. Quantum chips, save blueprint. Cool. Here. Okay. Then I'm gonna go back and delete everything again. Ah! No! Yeah, it doesn't help. That one. For the next emergency, I am going to put things in here. Yeah, I think I got it. I rotated it and took the new blueprint, so that should be good. Now I just need to get rid of it. Get rid of all traces of it, so I just stamp it down once with the blueprint, and then we see that we hook it up again, and that will be our confirmation that it works. Because, yeah, blueprints are not super reliable, always. It hurts my soul. All the beautiful things. Not really. I love these little boxes. The math of that. Boom, more stuff, and more stuff, and there. Now the question is, do we want to pick up everything, or do we just go like, well, it probably didn't need it anyway? There you go. What about you? Oh, you're a... Okay, so let's face north. There. Get rid of those. 1600 and a lot. If you do empty your own inventory in a box first, should go fast. What? I did this. This was faster. Yay, we have it. And I want to be putting it down there. That is just glorious, isn't it? Love this blueprint. So nice. Let's see if it works. I'm gonna then build it, hook it up, and then if it works after the break, then we'll be happy. And then move on to the next challenge. What will be the next challenge though? The next design challenge will be actually going to set up a new Dyson sphere, and then once we've done set the new Dyson sphere up, then we are going to check on our throughput for science, and if that's still working, then hypothetically if that's still working, then we'll get on with the next step design, and that will be green science build. Otherwise we'll do the green science next time. Let's see. Today there is no today. I have removed the today command. I got super annoyed about it because people came in while the countdown was counting and saw the today, which was always like the last day, and then we're like, what? It's Factorio today? What? It's not. Rah! I was like, all right, come on. And the people who came in and raged about it during the countdown, they were just not to be reasoned with. So there will be no more today command because it was ruined by the few for the many. Yesterday. Yeah, it should be just... No, it wasn't because no mod cared to update it. It was because the mods didn't have a chance. Because I start the stream and then I start talking about what the plan is today, and then if there's a mod available, they can go like, ah, okay, let me distill that into one sentence and then put it in there. But before that, there were already 10 people just bitching about, but it's not Factorio today. Why do you say Factorio? I'm like, all right, fuck it. I'm not gonna have it. Yeah. The today command was just a summary of what are we doing today. But there's another command that's way more interesting. That one, huh? Alright, I'm gonna hook this up and then I'm gonna run away. What? Yeah, that's not really working, is it? How's that working out for you? Oh no, which one is it? That one. There. And we are going to leave it like this and then see if things are working. You can keep an eye on it while binge utilization 32. It's getting up there. Alright, I will be back. Oops. Okay, I'll be back in 2 minutes, plus a bit more, but about 2 minutes, and then we'll be there. See you in a bit. Whew. I'm back. I'm back. Did you miss me? Did all of you leave because I took more than just me saying, okay, rustling. No. I mean, I knew that it was. I knew that I didn't have a live mic, but you know, I still, even though I know it, then double check it and triple check it and triple check it. But if the mic had been on, you would hear me cursing and yelling and all that stuff. So it was clearly not on. Didn't even know I left. Ah man, then I can, because I didn't even get a bio break here. So maybe next break I can get a bio break. This one is completely useless, by the way. So let's remove that. Local iron has run out for 100 hours ago, so no point in keeping that around anymore. Boop. Let's just see this part. That would be put in here, right? Yes. So that's easy to fit in. Easy to fit, yep. And stuff, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the Prime for 2 months. Okay, and as I said, first objective is probably to press P. Ah, there. Looking good. Universe Matrix. Why is Universe Matrix so high? It's too high. It's not good. How could the Universe Matrix be too high? Clearly there was something here that then dipped. Ah well, it's not bad at least. This one though is... The production has decreased. Maybe that's... I hope that's because it's oversaturated. But I am going to take a look though. I'm going to take a look. So we just make a short pit stop around where number red is. Yes, it is number red. And I will just do planets command. Take that out, take that in, take that here, and red science. Red. There. Wundertüte. Oh, you're right next to us. Cool. The big vastness of space. There's that one, and there's that one. And where's the last one? Where's my gas giant? My gassy giant. So maybe on the other side, I guess, potentially. Oh, it looks like there's something on the other side of this. Is anything hiding? Yes, indeed. Something is hiding. Boom. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Alright, so this is basically because it's stuck, not because it's problematic. It's just overbuilt. Sweet. Now let's find the location of Combine. And where's Combine? Oh, because there. Set course for Combine. Oh, hold on. Before we do that, let's see. Just the very basic things that we want to check. That one is good. And we have some of these. Okay, we got the stuff we need to just get there, right? Yeah, be happy to set up the first things. Where's Combine? Alright, let's just warp away. I have no idea where it is. It's not even highlighted. What's my bias? Bias get smaller, get bigger, smaller. Okay, now I'm heading straight for it, 14 light years away. So this is a big thank you to Combine. It's actually, to a very large extent, Combine, who is I will not say at fault, but who is it is credited to Combine for me playing it this week as well. Because I was actually planning to end it, and then I couldn't end it since there was a new Master of the Path that joined, and I mean, my promise is that I will make a Dyson sphere around everyone who's in here. Let's jump out. We are now here. Let's have a look at this glorious system, what it has for us. Not a lot, actually. Well, it has a lot of iron and copper, so that's good. Not a lot of silicon, which is usually what we are missing. Some hydrogen and fire ice. So it only has 2 planets. That's weird. This one has not a lot. Okay, they have equally much on both. Lava satellite and a volcanic ash satellite. Sulfuric acid. This has... Both of them have... Solar is 165, so that's good. Oh, 5k optical gradient crystal. That's pretty nice. I think we'll set a course to that one. I should pin it. Well, I will be seeing it as soon as I build something on it. That's how it just works. Whoop. Oh, no, know what I forgot. I forgot the most important thing. This part. There. Okay, so I think we got all of it built now. Let's put down the blueprint immediately, and then if we're missing something, we still have something to patch it up with. I'm on a meridian, so that's good. Blueprint tutorial, plus... All good. Yeah. And then just slowly propagating this outwards. It is not easy to see where we have been, especially not with more shadows being cast. Good evening, Convent. Good evening, good evening. Oh, that's out. Alright, so the things that we want, this one is always incorrect. There we go. 1000 going in, and this one, nope. That one, nope. That one will then be requesting. Good stuff. Yes. And this one over here is the one, only one that has to go in here. And I could just do, couldn't I just do that one? Perfect. And now, yeah, nothing really happens until this one gets filled up, and then we go for the build. Running out of soil pile. Oh, really? Are we? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. It should be having 20 plus million. Hence the... Okay, well, yeah. I have never used LOL in writing, except when referring to League of Legends. And that's... I'm proud of it. It's the small things, right? It's the small things. It's gotta have those weird principles. It's like Facebook. There might be reasons to go on Facebook. I mean, not anymore, but like 5 years ago, when it wasn't just a cesspool of anti-vax and what a racist crap, then before it was as bad as it is now, then there might have been a point to going on Facebook. But I was like, you know what? I had an MIT email back when the only universities were MIT and Harvard and MIT that could be added. Like a few other colleges could be added to Facebook. And back then, I did not join Facebook. So joining it 15 years later, no, just no. Or 10 years or 15 years later, no. If I didn't do it back then, I'm certainly not going to do it now. And that's just, man's got to have principles. Principles, whatever. Making fun of my pronunciation. I think this is the one. Hey, Combine! I've been using since chatting on Chula and PSS in the 80s. Wow. Yeah, I mean, then it's... You did it before it was cool, and it's not cool anymore, but you can do it. Well, you know what? A random Max. You are... If you're going to make fun of my pronunciation, I know you're not, but I'm just going to give you a hard time for no reason. Then I am going to call you Stochastic Mac. That's close enough. This one? Is it this one? I have no idea if it's this one. It probably was. There. Get that out of the way. And for anyone who has no clue what I'm doing here, whatever random name you want. Aha. Yeah. So for anyone who does not know what I'm doing, I am preparing the planet for a simple blueprint. Well, it's not actually a simple blueprint, but it's a planet-wide blueprint. But I can't put it in unless I've made sure that these lines that I'm flying over are even and receptive of solar panels and stuff. So that's why I'm flying around here and fixing it. Down to 30 million. All right, let's start panicking. It's never too early to panic. Oh. So all of this tedium here is compensated by when we actually stamp down the blueprint in the first try. It's a bit unlikely on a planet like this, because there's just so much crap in the way that it's easy to forget, like a tiny bit. Well. That's not a meridian. Nope, it's not. So I don't care. That's a meridian, and we care. Here, that's also meridian, so we care. The other way? Yeah, I thought so. Thought I saw something suspicious there. Am I flying here? No, I'm not yet. I'm flying on this one. On this line, I think. Yes, I am. And then we move up to the next one. That's the last circumference. That one. Down here. That one. Usually it's not this much work to tap a planet, but it is for lava planets because they are, well, full of lava. That's hence the name, I guess. There. And then just look at this one. This one is no good. So tap that. Whoops. And the last one down here. Cool. Alright, let's try it. So, guess, does it work? Yes, no? First try, does it work? Yes, no? No. Thank you for the vote of confidence. Okay, so the first top, they're just all blue. There's nothing up here either. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it is from me looking at there, then it's, if I'm looking at 12, then it is at 9, 10-ish. If I'm looking here, then I go up to that one, down to that one, and then somewhere over here there's a problem. That's weird. Doesn't look like there could be a problem here. Top is okay. There are so many of these. So where am I now? Where's my little dude? I have no idea. Should be like... Is that me? Yeah, so it's one ring. Ah, okay, I was fixing this one. It's actually the next ring. No wonder I didn't find it then. There. This one. We'll have to do this a number of times on a planet as complicated as this. Still not. But at least this one is fixed. Okay, moving on to the middle one. And also these here. I don't see any problems with the middle one. Okay, so let's move on to the outer ones. The northern ones, actually. There. There's an ore patch missing right with, that's number 7. 5. No, it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 5. By number 5, there's a missing one. Okay. There, that one. Also, that's the meridian, so that's also definitely should not be... No, that's not a meridian. Oops, sorry. Sorry. And I'm gonna try again. Maybe now. Yeah, it's wrong though. That's the one, this one. There. Yes! Made it! First try! Woohoo! First try! How about that? Did you see I got it in the first try? That's pretty amazing, right? Yeah, just cut it in post. Absolutely. That's how I always do. You know I'm too lazy to cut. But I watched someone, a YouTuber who is even more lazy than me. Now I've actually gotten a lot better at it. I cut out stuff where I'm like, oh, I need to go back and get some more belts or something. Then I cut that out. But it's, or wait until day or something like that. But there are some who just go completely raw, or just like, okay, I have no idea how to deal with this puzzle, and then the episode is 25 minutes of them not figuring out the puzzle, and then only with like, oh well, time's up. That was my 5-minute episode, and then the next, between then and the next episode, they've been looking up some other people who found it and started the next episode like, oh, I click here, there we go, next. Like, all right, well, maybe you could have stopped the recording and checked that. I did that for the battle sector for the 3 people who watched that one. There was one where I just couldn't figure out how to open the gates. It just completely eluded me, and then I just had to stop the recording after just running around like an idiot. And I was like, all right, that's it, I'm stopping recording. And then I had to find someone else who didn't suck as much as I did, and found out that there are some really small things that you have to stand next to, and then you could open them. No, please don't call Guinness Book of Records. That is super expensive. I can't afford that. Guinness Book of Records is not what it used to be. Not the same as when we were kids, where we thought it was like a book of records. No, that's not what it is now. Now it's a company that does marketing stunts for, mainly for companies that want to sort of have a world record in largest something or most something as part of their corporate event, and then they hire Guinness Book of Records to validate it as a true world record. But it's just a matter, and they will even come help you with what to do. If you call them and say, here, we have money, help us set a world record at our company, and they'll go like, well, maybe the largest, I don't know. Can't wait for it to be 9. That's tomorrow. That's going to be 10, 11, 9, 11. I think there's going to be 10 episodes in total, or 11 episodes. I can't remember. The last one will be on Thursday. So that will be Tuesday and Thursday. Wednesday is now my new Factorio day as well. Every day is a Factorio day. That goes to Gym 2, but... Ta-da! Yay! This planet is ready. It's not actually ready, but it's almost ready. Oh yeah, what does it need? This is good, and we're gonna need a few more of... like 100 more? Go. Oh no! Oh no! You know what's coming. Oh crap. It's dead? Well, it's not dead for me. Alright. If anyone... It's back? Okay. Yes, okay. So, refresh the stream if you cannot hear me writing. There. Let me have a look. I had 0 incidents on my side, so I think to me it looks more like a Twitch issue. Like, I don't think I'm already like cold sweating from the horror of this. I don't have any. Oh, there was a short on Twitch. I can see that there was a little gap where, yeah, where it just dipped. But on the upload side, it works cool. Upload side was good. It was the ingest server, something. If you hear the game music is being distorted, then that's because the video is trying to catch up. We Gucci now. Nah. I don't think it's... Is that... That's not even something the kids these days say anymore. Like, isn't that already outdated? I think everyone got dropped. It looked like it was... the way I'm... Tissues... What I can see here is that my upload speed was consistently at 6,000 kilobit per second, even through the part, but it's marking the line as red. So I'm like, okay, so you received it, dear Twitch, you received my upload file just fine, but somehow the stream was not good. So we've had interns use it recently too. All right, okay, well, what do I know? I don't hang out with kids these days. Well, actually, my own kids, but they are not. Yeah, they're not like that yet. They don't really have some expressions where I go like, really? Did you just say that? But it'll come for sure. All right, what we need to do now is find a good name for this dear planet. So let me consult the big book of grudges. Maybe not the big book of grudges, but the big book of Patreon supporters. I have that, like, I updated for the end credits for my Factorio Let's Play and for the Dyson Sphere. I need to keep track of those separately and update them on a monthly basis. Yeah. Well, speaking of interesting, this one is called Bro Scientist. So there we go. Thank you, Bro Scientist. That is something. If you are a Bro Scientist, you are hereby allowed to say Gucci if you we Gucci. Yeah, no cap. What does no cap mean? Because that's one I remember hearing and then went like, huh. Let's find a color. Is it time for a green one again? Let's take a maybe let's try more darker green than we used to do. Well, I did not do much. There we go. A pine forest green, evergreen. Woo! That's another one. I think it's a Twitch thing because when I catched up on my side, it first got the part where you were away, so it definitely wasn't you. Oh, okay, so it did receive all of it, it just didn't provide it to you. Huh, interesting. Oops, I think I have to take that as well. Not sure. Oh yeah, I do. Oh, this is gonna be horrifying. You know what I have to do after this, right? I have to stamp down the Dyson sphere builder that doesn't work because the stupid blueprints are still not fixed. Still on. Did anyone remember to report it so it might get fixed? I mean, now it made it like sound like it's your job to report it, but it would be nice if it was reported. So especially when I have to just put down 1,000,000 belts as well, then and you find it to be super boring, then that's a good occasion to, if you want to just do something else at that time, then figure out how to report bugs for a Dyson Sphere program and report this bug. This bug is in the one that we are going to be running into soon, and that is still not good enough. Gareth or Baked Bean did. Oh, awesome. Ooh, I still have a little sip left. Stuffing. Reminder to set orbitals before Dyson Sphere builder. Ooh, that is awesome. Thank you for reminding me of that. Let's actually do that right now, because we can do that while waiting. Build an orbit. Whoosh. That's a gigantic orbit. Whoa, that's big. That is a pretty big orbit. Do we want that? That's probably not good. Just a modest 100,000 kilometers. Still, that wouldn't really make sense anyway. Oh, hold on. Can I... One of these should be... Okay, hold on. What if I do here? No? So this one cannot even encapsulate the inner planet. That's weird. What is the... Oh, that's really... It's far out. Does it say the distance? Opening star 8 AU. Yeah, that's a lot. Okay, so unfortunately. So not combine or combine. This is your planet or your star that we are working on right now. Do you have any preference in terms of the pattern? And if so, I'm not sure I can can deliver it, but I'll be happy to try. That's 10,000. Is that okay? Yeah, that's the 3 options. There we go. That one has to go. That's actually a really nice color. It's more of a camouflage color, so we can camouflage the planet in the forest. Oh, and then enter the whining and bitching and moaning. That one. I'll try not to bitch about it. It's not easy, but I'll try. Oh, I forgot the shooty. How many do we need for the blueprint? Like 200? Yeah, 200 seems good. I think it's... Let's see. Yeah, 150. Okay. And also power poles. Good stuff. Yeah, I think baked beans. It sounds reasonable that it was baked beans. That's very likely. That one. Yep. And the last one. Connection here. And then we go in from the beginning. There. Yay. No, that's the wrong way. Right, so the problem is that splitters put at this location behave weird with belts. And that means they can't go into blueprints. Now, this is perfectly legal blueprint and it works, but you can see like this is clearly not how it's supposed to go. So you have to do like an intermediate one. So we have determined earlier that from our little quest to figure out how whiskey and water works, I still don't feel that I was completely debunked. I feel that I had my point was not completely invalid, because the proof was that you had to add 48% additional volume to change the state, and I was like, all right, well, that's definitely not the one drop of distilled water that I have. But anyway, that is now a topic that is laid to rest. But since we have now established that you, dear chat, are all knowing, so while I do this, you can answer another little conundrum for me. How about that? So I have this friend that I met a year ago, and then we sort of we got in touch again, and we're just like we started talking a bit, and we met like on a summer vacation last year and just talked, and then we got in touch again just randomly, and then they were like, oh, that was it was good talking again, so should we do something, let's we're just talking like, oh, let's go out and go to Copenhagen. None of us ever goes to Copenhagen, so let's go to Copenhagen together. And yeah, sure, we were supposed to do it like after the stream last week, but then it got too late, and I think, all right, wait, whatever. And then I said like, oh, so you're up for it next week? And she suggested this Friday, and I was like, yeah, sure, let's do that. I'll take my day off there because I'd wanted to stream Saturday and Sunday instead anyway, so I can take that day as a day off. And then she says, sure, we can, do you want to grab something to eat first? Sure. Then she texted me now like, oh, there's these really nice restaurants in Copenhagen. I'm like, it kind of went from like, hey, we haven't gone out partying, yeah, let's do that. alright, let's just randomly do it after a stream, to being going to a fancy restaurant and then going out afterwards. No, like, isn't that a date? Like, does it get any more date than that? Because I sure as hell think that sounds like a date. So this is where I will now summon your infinite expertise. Is it a date? You know, the only thing I'm interested in, that's you guys. So everything else is just icing on the cake. I think that's beside the point whether it's someone I'm interested in, from the question of, is it a date or not? It just seems like that's a very date thing to do, to, hey, I found these fancy restaurants in Copenhagen that we can go to. Like, yeah, we can go to those, that's sure. It just became more than just a random, hey, let's go out after a stream. But hey, one way or the other, doesn't matter to me. I don't need to have a label on things. Actually, I prefer not having a label on things. Nah, pandering for the fancy paid dinner? No, I don't think so. I don't think that's not the case. Because that... Oh, that's another thing that I have some troubles with. Sounds like 70% of the date. Yeah. It only gets more datey if you call it a date. Yeah. Yeah, and sometimes it's just also comfortable to not call things, because a date has to sort of have a... when you put a label on it, you also put pressure on sort of what's supposed to be happening. And it's better just to, hey, go out as friends, and then see where it goes, right? But don't worry, you will always be my first. Just ask her about it. Wow. Wow. What a rookie mistake. Oh, the yogi of little faith. Mr. Belt. Oh, crap. Go back. Okay, yeah, that's definitely not working. Was it this one? Yeah, I mean that's clearly someone who's not who doesn't have the scars on their soul that that I have. So that's have a much more naive attitude towards how things work in the real world. Sorry, I get a bit jaded. Oh yeah, that doesn't work. Okay, let's get... Oops, what did I do? I don't know. Oh yeah, that's running out. Not surprising. I have 500 of those, that should be enough. No. So, it has nothing to do what I want it to be, and that's completely beside the point. This is just me going out with a friend, and I like that. Nothing, doesn't have to be more than that, but I just thought, like, I just got these vibes, like, that sounds really like a lot of a date to me. But maybe I'm just like, no, that's just, you gotta eat somewhere. Like, that's kind of a good point. You gotta eat somewhere. Yeah. See, audio should be not just background. No, that's probably because you've been lagging a bit, and then it's catching up. Then the background. No, or it's not those. They're not spinning yet. Sometimes there's the weird audio is because the rave receivers are churning in the background, but they're not. Besides that, it's gonna be completely impossible for me to do any kind of meaningful dating, because when do dates take place? In the evening. Yeah. Well, that's kind of when I work, so I'm just stuck with you. Or are you stuck with me? I don't know. There we go. A lot of buffering now. Okay. Let me just check if I have issues. I'm not have a single drop frame. I have nothing on. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any upload issues as far as I can see. Neither Streamlabs is reporting anything or Twitch is reporting anything. So, not saying that there's not a problem, but just saying that, well, it's not something that I have any control over. And I can't see that problem, but you know, it could be Twitch doing Twitch things, being twitchy. When have I been all the way around? There. Now I've been all the way around. Cool. So now take the next one. Should date in the morning. Not a lot of people are interested in that. Like, oh, I have plenty of time when you're at work. Like, in the mornings, the middle of the day, just all the time when everyone else is working. I have plenty of time there. Oops, missed it. Buffering breaks, as you were saying, that yeah, something so it's, I don't know. I think it's just one of those things where there's nothing we can do about it. We just hope that it doesn't persist. And if you find it too annoying to continue watching, there's nothing I can do about it. So the VOD will be fine. So you can also watch the VOD. Maybe that's actually an idea for some. If it just becomes completely unworkable, then just watch the VOD starting from 5 minutes ago, and then just kind of watch it there. But then we won't get to, we get to catch my mistakes in real time. Just build myself a time machine. I have a time machine, but it only goes forward in time. So I don't use it much. Well, I do use it quite a lot, which is kind of how I got this old. I'll drop kids off, then we can go out. Good. Might be your place, my place, because I think the travel might be, let's call it, prohibitive. There we go. Ta-da! So now it's time to build a layer and combine. Do you have an option or a preference in terms of anything? Because I'm kind of running out of good ideas. I'm also running out of bad ideas, which doesn't make it easier. Because if I only had bad ideas, then it would be easier. There, we'll just do that one. What? We'll do a sphere that's 100,000. I do not. Alright. Anyone have any simple ideas that we could do for this shell? We can either have this pattern or that pattern. You can start by deciding on the pattern for one or the other. What have we not done? We'll do like sort of like an X thing here. Have we done that? Yeah, we did the dragon scales thing. Honeycomb inside honeycomb. Huh? Horizontal stripes. Yeah, we can do horizontal stripes. I think that's a good idea. Just, it's pretty simple. Then how wide should the stripes be? Like this? No. I think the stripe should be like this. And then also like this. So it's going to be really slim stripes. Like this here. And then later on we'll drag it the other way around. I like this. I like this. This is pretty simple. Pretty simple. I think that we can actually let it fly out immediately because we have decided on the pattern, so might as well get it started on the launching. Oh yeah, then we definitely are not going to be watching or standing next to the zoom while doing this. We're going to land and we're going to be building here. Just don't make mistakes. That's easy. I never make mistakes. Maybe a happy little accident here and there. Oh, that must be autosave. Change the orbit of the sphere so it spins vertically. No, don't want that. I want it this way. Don't think the other thing looks good. Okay, there you go. And once I'm done with this first circumference here, I am going to build this into, that one is done. Because then I can start the absorption as well. Excuse me, nothing. Oh, I was about to say nothing is launching, but it is. It's just really far away. I wonder what happens if you launch something and while they are en route, we delete the node they're flying towards. Do they disappear or do they reroute? That is the question. Whenever I start a pattern, I'm always like, oh, this is easy. And then I just realized that it's not easy. It's gonna take forever anyway. I could also let only half of these be there. Hey, Devar, thank you for this 17 months of Prime. It's been a while since we've seen you around. Is that correct? Or at least sort of actively chatting? But thank you for dropping your subscription here again. But good to see you. Let me guess. Busy. Real life. Real life has a tendency to get in the way of watching streams. Yeah, that's okay. Don't. I hope. Hopefully, it is a solace to know that you can always come back, and I'm still gonna be here. So you might be busy for a period, and you might forget about the whatever's going on here. But then, you know, when you have time and want to catch up, then you can just tune in and go like, oh yeah, he's still at it. He's still rambling along, like nothing's changed. Hey, Fracture Musculaja, thank you for your gift up.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Hey, Picard, thank you for the 5 months. And then we do the verticals. Hey, look at that. It's already 500 megawatts. That's a lot. This might actually be quite a lot. I feel this is not the greatest way of doing it. There's just too many clicks away. Click, click, and away. And the fact that I have to give each circumference a pass over. Oh, I'm out of time before my break. So I think we'll have something here launching. Hey, look at that. It's one of those we've just built that's being filled up. And that one. Woohoo! That's two lines. Death, taxes, and elos. There are some things that are persistent. And I think we'll just go a bit into orbit so we can see this. That's that one. And where do we have the sun? There. There we go. I'm going to take a short break. Look at that spinning corkscrew of rockets there. Nice. All right, I will be back in 2 minutes, maybe plus a bit, but 2 minutes, and then we'll be continuing. See you in a bit. There we go. Hey, it's looking good. Looking good. Whoa, it looks like a little galaxy there. If there is still a swarm orbiting defined, they still fire indefinitely though. Yes, there is. Yes. They continue firing until you stop them from firing, so. Alright, let's return. This is looking good. And I only took a bit too much time. What is the state of affairs here? Still looking good. Still looking good. Yeah, cannons will stop when they are full. Yeah, building the Dyson sphere looks so amazing. Yeah, we're gonna be designing the rest of it. Wow, they are just shooting fast here. Jump. Oh, almost dipped. That is like almost a solid line here, but it's still a corkscrew design. Okay, we are going to go in. Oops. Nope. There. Here. Show all layers because yes. Would there be any way that I could sort of... Nah. Oh, that is the design. Or... I don't know, does this feel better? It's fewer clicks, or it's fewer rotations around the sphere by doing it this way. I think this feels better. Undo. Give me undo. So how many rings are we going to take? All of them? There. Don't go into the light. I will. The nice thing is we can also see the sun or the star in between this. Alright, we're definitely gonna take one more here. Oh, I still have that one. I was already sort of highlighted a bit. So that definitely also needs to be done. I'm so tense when I'm doing this. This is actually, after I design or I build these Dyson spheres, I can really feel that I'm tensing up everywhere. This repetitive clicking where it's yeah, it's not good at all. Oh no. Did we have something? First time is a little bit for the completion. Let's definitely take this one up here. Whoops, another undo situation. And it's not like there are less clicks when it gets closer up here. It's the same amount of clicks because it's the same amount of, well, meridians. So the plan is we'll set this up and then after that we will go back to Vichu Planet and do some designs unless we see something regarding science that's not working. There. Okay, so 5. I think it needs 2 more bands, right? Definitely needs more. The problem is I can't even talk about things while doing this because I'm so focused. So you guys talk about something or raise a good topic that I can mindlessly drone about. Oh, I have something. Do the polls. Okay. There's something this is actually a big topic. We'll probably raise it again, starting it over on a Factorio stream. There's something I've been wanting to do. I mentioned some time ago, like looking for a sort of hobby education thing. Oops, that's wrong again. And I actually thought about something like, oops, there. Why does that not work now? There. Like, I think it would be interesting for me to start working on some education material for how to become a YouTuber directed at people who maybe are just starting out or don't have a clue, and primarily sort of looking at designing it for young people and classroom training, but I'm obviously going to make it into videos. So that's something I've been wanting to do, and it's also something that I think would be a natural extension of what I know, because okay, so why do I think I'm more qualified than someone who has millions of subscribers? Well, maybe because of that, right? Is it the world champion who is the best at teaching because their situation is so damn unique? I think that my growth on YouTube and Twitch has been I know there's a big element of luck involved always, but I think that it's been a lot of conscious decisions and stepwise improvements over the years, sort of leading me to where I am now, and hopefully also leading me. See, this is what happens when I try to talk at the same time, and multitasking is not me. So I think that I can sort of Also, oh, come on, now every second one is wrong. It's incredible, right? Multitasking just doesn't work for me. Like, if you grew on YouTube 10 years ago, you cannot give advice to people starting today. Because growing on YouTube 10 years ago was easy. Just, the bar was so damn low for what you had to do. And it just keeps getting higher and higher. Like, big production companies are just, that's what you're competing against as they're starting out. So it's just so much more difficult to make it. And as a streamer, it's even more difficult, I think, because Twitch has no natural discovery built in. So just starting your stream every day is not going to get you growth at all. Yeah. I've been thinking about streaming here as a start for people who want to see unique and interesting ways to screw up at DSP. Yeah. Well, PDTR, I can do two things at once, and I think that still qualifies as multitasking. It's just that one of them is not very, very useful, right? I'm, as a guy, stereotype, I can build and then think about sex, or I can talk and think about sex, but I can't build, talk, and think about sex at the same time. So the building thing or the talking thing is going to mess up, because there are sort of tiers of priority things. So I can multitask. It's just not very useful to what I'm doing right now. Right? Ah, that's no good. Oh, shh, behave yourself. Draco's here. Ah, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's too close. And this is too close. Damn. Okay, maybe that's a thing then. So anyway, back to the YouTube thing. So what do you think of that idea? I mean, not that necessarily you will be any be the audience for it, because that's, well, you're probably not. But it's also something that, for me to sort of look at something I could do that's related to what I do now, but isn't gaming. Because am I going to be gaming 10 years from now as for a living? Probably not. Probably not. I mean, I don't know. Probably not as for a living, but more like as a hobby, aside from doing something else. But I don't know what that something else could be. And that's what I'm thinking, like, it could be like teaching and doing tutorials and that kind of thing for aspiring YouTubers, for example. I think we'll just, oops, no, not that one. It's really difficult to figure out which one it is. There. Looks pretty good. You probably already know, but the more nodes you put in the sphere, the more power it will generate, but more nodes increase the amount of rockets you have to launch. Of course, I know that. I literally made a tutorial on this back when no one knew it. So. There. And gaming into later life is not uncommon. What? I've actually honestly been looking at sort of youth education in Denmark. Now, of course, why Denmark? Because that's kind of where I live. And I have found 20 different youth educations that offer esports as a class or a course, and I have found absolutely zero that dealt with being a YouTuber, content creator, streamer, and if I'm going to be honest, well, it's not being honest, but it's being realistic. Most professional gamers do not make money being professional gamers. They make money being streamers or YouTubers, mainly streamers. So why do you have a course on teaching people to do esports when that's not a sustainable way of living for even less than it is for a streamer? You can look at it, if you look at within any esport and who are the most popular, they're not necessarily the best ones. They are the streamers. And there can be someone who's not streaming but super good and they just don't have a lot of following. And then the only thing they can make money off is prize pool, and that's pretty much, that's not great compared to making money from streaming, sponsorships, ad revenue, donations, all that stuff. It's just, why are you just, it's not sustainable to think that you can be even if you are really good, if you're not streaming, you don't get popularity. And in a lot of esports, it is honestly not the best players who get to it. And my proof of that is North American League of Legends. My god, that's a lot of shit talent, but it's all about a popularity. So it's a popularity contest because that's what brings in the sponsors, but they're certainly not good players. I mean, of course there are a few, but those are the ones that they've been stealing from Europe and China and Korea. But aside from this, it's just the popularity contest because that's what brings in the sponsorships. Of course, winning is also nice, but since there's no relegation in, for example, League of Legends, since it's a franchise deal, then it's more about being popular than it is about being good. Now, that doesn't mean that you can be popular but not good. It just means that if you have two people who are equally popular, then or equally good, then the one who is streaming for 5,000 people is going to make a hell of a lot more money and be much more likely to be signed for a big fat contract for a team. Oh, that's interesting. Pretty sure that's not what I wanted to do. So teaching people how to do content creation and branding is at least as important as it's actually more important than being good at sport, at an esport, because look at this guy. He's not very good at playing any game, yet he is still making a living off of it. Now, Draco, this was what we were talking about. And there we are again. What News himself once said, the best has a good chance of becoming popular, but staying the best is hard. Yes. But staying popular is also hard. I can't remember how I did that. The inner ring. This ring was just like this, right? Yeah. Yeah. In LOL, NA salary is insane. Yes. And it's just, I think it's insane if you look at the difference between EU and NA. I don't think anyone with in their right minds would argue that US NA is better than the EU at League of Legends, and clearly they don't consider them equal anyway. And yet the salaries are so high there. And in EU, if you look at the best teams in EU, they have academy rosters, so they play in the amateur league that's below the LEC, and they bring up talent from there. And in the same time, the league owners in the US are going like, we can't support a league. We don't want an academy team because there are not enough good American players. Like, no, of course not, because you're not cultivating it. Because the only thing you do is just buy talent from China and EU and and Korea, and even the ones who don't count as imports. Like, yeah, there are a lot of Danes who have been in the US for so long that they don't count as imports anymore, but sure as hell not coming from being US talent. And it's just like, you're screwing, sawing off the branch you're sitting on. That's what you're doing. That's what they're doing, right? It's just so unsustainable to not have a recruiting base. And it's also like, really, what is the interest in watching teams that are just like, hey, here's 5 foreigners playing against 5 other foreigners again in these 2 American teams? Like, wow, that feels great. So of course you have no loyalty. You might follow the player, but you're certainly not following the team, because the team is just whoever 5 foreigners you bought for this season. Anyway, that was definitely a tangent. So the difference between swarm and shell generation. Yes, the swarm is... Let's just have a look at this. Do you want to see? Oh crap, 400,000. Shoot, that's not really going to be done today. We might have gone a bit overboard on this. Alright, Super Tortoise Boy. Then we are going to be reading it aloud. Your best sentence you've written in over a month. Being the best without being standoff is even more difficult. Being engaging with your community while still playing brilliant level. Okay, maybe it's not like the best, but it's... I mean, I think I get it. Yes. Like, one thing is being the best, but another thing is when you see someone who's being the best and then also a nice guy or friendly or funny or explaining things and stuff like that. Speaking of explaining things, then right, good night, Lars. And then Lipter, I will try to explain that. If I can't be the best, then I can at least explain it. Right, you get power from 2 different things. The solar swarm, that is just solar sails that are put into orbits. These are the orbits you see here. Let's actually just disable that. Well, it did nothing. You see an orbit here where they're just float. You know what? We're going to be flying out. Whoop. That's much more interesting to fly up there. Well, hasn't fired or isn't currently firing. Because it might be just... Oh, they're all firing. Should we just check it for bugging here? Obviously these are not shooting at the backside. But all the other ones are shooting. So it's all good. Okay, so when we go up here, you can see the orange rings. Those are solar sails that are put into orbit around the star. They will provide some power back to whoever is absorbing it with ray receivers. But the catch is that any of these, they will expire after, I don't know how much time, 9,000 seconds. Who the hell knows what that is? 150 minutes. That is 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours. Does that seem reasonable? Let's say 2.5 hours. After 2.5 hours, they expire. So if you keep pouring it in, then you will reach the saturation. And at that point, well, you're not really... you're just burning resources to keep the same level of power. But then you can build a shell. This is what we just designed. And the shell will be a permanent fixture. You build with rockets the edges and the nodes. So a node like this it's a structure point. It takes 1060 structure points or rockets to fill up this one. Once it starts building, then let's see if we can find something here. Yeah, that one. Let's actually fly there. It's much more interesting to fly there. Let's warp. There. Alright, I'm flying at 2000, so should be getting closer. I want to fly to that thing there. Right, so when rockets go in, then they build the structure point and the edges out. Once there is a bit of, like, just a bit of an area suspended there, then the structure point will start absorbing solar sails from the swarm being the orange one. That's what you see here. You can see that there are bluish things coming out of the swarm and moving towards the nodes that we're flying closer to, and they will be absorbed, and that will be forming the actual shell levels. And once they are merged into a shell, then they don't go away. And the total amount being produced here is something for the nodes and something for the sails. And the idea is that we want all of these 44,000 to start merging in here to the nodes so that we can increase this. But one sail is producing less power when it's inside the shell, but then it's permanent, so it's still good. Still very much worthwhile. Here we are closer. Right, so here now it's much easier to see. Let's slow down so we can get closer. You can see the line of greenish here. This is a constant absorption rate of solar sails. It can absorb 120 per minute, so one every two every second, and that means it takes forever to get in here. But the lines are being built by rockets, and this, like the sails, this honeycomb pattern is being built by the sails being absorbed. Solar sails. There you go. I think that was a pretty thorough description here. You can also see there's still rocket coming in here. The rockets, they come in, turn around, and these these things are gigantic. Ah, don't collide. You can't collide with them, luckily. It's really difficult to match speed with them. There we go. You can see here, this is still absorbing both rockets and sails. Can I make 800 to get on leaderboard? I don't think so. I can see that on the save game, right? Nope, not even close. Would it be cool? I think it would be super uncool, because it would mean that the game would be much smaller. Because imagine like how much you would have to do calculations to make it a solid surface. And look at that, this one is not filled in, so I'm falling through. No, it would just be absolute nightmare. I mean, it's a cool thought, but is it something that's worth the processing power? Not in my opinion. But it would be cool to build space stations, definitely. Power output is per sail and not a closed surface integral like an ideal Dyson sphere, right? Correct. It is per sail. So the more sails you put in, the more... I mean, if I build a solid pattern, it would be more sails, and therefore it would be more power. But this one is already gonna take a while to fill up, to say the least. There, Combine. If you're still here, are you happy with your sphere? I mean, it's not quite done yet, but it's gonna be certainly building, and we'll be checking it out later. Bigger Dyson spheres generate more power, which is unphysical. Yeah. Yep, awesome. Would it be too much processing power? Seems the shape would only be a few polygons to calculate. I don't think so. I think it would be massive, because you have all of these partial shapes being done all the time. Yeah. It's still something that is in addition to whatever else there is, and if you want to walk on it, you also want to build on it. That's the next thing. If you can walk on it but nothing else, then you're also going to be checking collision all the time. Do you really want to check collision all the time here? No. No thanks. I just don't think it's... I can just already come up with like the first million problems with it, so yeah. Yeah, they should take the timer off the internal sales though. Internal sales? Yeah, I think that if every sale is an entity that is tracked, but it must be, because you can see that it's individual sales that break out from here. Let's see where they break off. That one. So they break off from here. They're individual sales that go in, and then they keep track of it, and then they migrate individually towards the locations here. So, I mean, there must be a lot of tracking on this. But I would imagine that once the shell is made, hopefully there's a lot less data to keep track of, because, well, that's now a persistent shape and no need to worry about that anymore. Great. I am going to Tikivaro to Fry Guy. Nope, that's Dosel. Where's Fry Guy? That's our science facility, so let's go there. I think what they've done so far in terms of performance is pretty damn amazing. I am thoroughly impressed by how big the systems are and how well they perform. I think a big part of it is also the fact that all of the systems that I'm not at can hopefully be aggregated, and from a graphics perspective at least, they're not going to be calculated anything in them. So the fact that you have planets, then when you're close to a planet, then it will sort of pop into view and you can start working on it. While where is it? There. While all the other ones are sort of background calculations that can hopefully be parallelized. There you go. Inside this beautiful sphere. This is probably the best looking one. Oh, it is the best looking one. Of course it is. Designed by Tekevaro, implemented by me. Let's go. Take a look at our science. But just calculating the summary, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know, because the fact that you have like production statistics here that fluctuate by this accuracy, then I don't know how much you can actually aggregate it, because there's still like belt flow rates and stuff like that. So I don't know how much simplification you can do, but I could certainly imagine that since what is happening on a planet and another planet are almost completely independent, and the interaction is a ship exiting one and entering one, and that's like several seconds between, so they can be, I would imagine, much more loosely coupled and much more parallelized into different processes. Hopefully, that's my assumption. I don't know much about it, but I can also see why it would be difficult in Factorio to sort of isolate systems, because they could interact with each other. Yep, so this is, it's hard to find anything to complain about with this one, right? It's not big enough. Thank you. Let's go through all of them. Yeah, I'm gonna call that a success. So let's hurry up and call it a success before anyone finds any flaws. That means we actually can, for the last 15 minutes, go back and design green circuits. Yeah, that seems feasible, right? But we should also have something left for next time as well, so we can get started on it and just look at what we have. Next up, 120 designs. No. Nope. All Normal times, they however are not rendered. Yeah, they're obviously not rendered, but I also think they're calculated. But I can also hope that they are calculated like other processes. This is also like a really beautiful one because we have two spheres rotating in different directions, which is like completely blinding right now. Don't go into the sun. What? Where's the sun? There's the sun. It's a small one. Small one, but still gets the job done. That's not what she said. There. Where is it? There we go. That's what we're looking for. Nope, they have not fixed the problem with the sorters and yet. Spaghetti with continuous belt. I can only imagine that my new type of designs, my aggregate designs are better because there's because there's just less drones and therefore there's less entities to keep track of. Okay, where do we have our beautiful build? That's, I mean, they're everywhere. Everywhere is the answer. Everywhere. Look at that beautiful red science build that's just chugging along. Look at this beautiful yellow science. Why do you have two yellow sciences? And here we have another beautiful build. This is one green circuit per second. Green circuit. One. Let's see if we can build this one. I can't even remember what it is. Oops. One quantum chip per second. So what we're going to do is we are simply going to design something that will make green circuits, green science. Woo! So wouldn't you run out of resource after a while when you play it this long? Actually, not really. Because of that. Right now, I am researching this one. In 30 minutes, 33 minutes, I'm going to have another improvement of 10% mining speed and 6% reduction of ore. Of course, this is cumulative. So we are now at ore consumption 11%. So that means every time this improves, I multiply the ore consumption by 0.94. And as long as the reduction in as long as the amount I consume is less than the productivity gain I get from the next one, then it's not a problem. Then I'm never going to run out. Will you get 100% efficiency? Yes, you will get what is pretty much 100% efficiency. I think someone said like level 157 is when it just says 0.00. Set up miners was 1-2 months ago. It's more than 100%. Okay. Well, so I mean already now I can just say that, well, 11 point. The thing is, like, people have a tendency to, and this is incorrect, to say that it has diminishing returns because they look at the change from 11.47 times. They will look at this one and go, but I'm researching all of this, and then I go from 11.47 to 10.78. That's almost nothing, but that's not correct. It's 6%. It's 6% improvement every time. It's 6% improvement of what you had previously. So it's always going to be worth it. Of course, it's going to be more expensive to get the next one, but it scales up linearly while this is a percentage based. So it's just always better. If the cost here was scaling exponentially, like doubling every time, then it would not be worth it. I would still do it because we had nothing else to do, but it just wouldn't be nice, right? 11% consumption. Yeah, 10x reasons from every vein. Yeah. But there are like there are this thresholds where you're like, okay, 11%, whatever that means. It's 9 times. I get 9 times as much ore as I can see. But when it hits 10%, then you're like, wow, 10 times. Ooh, nice. And it's already down to 30 minutes for me rambling. So let's build some green science. Boop. This is really weird because we want to build 2 per second, so I need 24 of these. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Do we know it's 12? Yes. There, so there's 24 of these. That will consume 1 per second and 1 per second. Really? Really, really? Yeah. So that means I just need this part on the one side. Just need that part on one side. That was going to be here. Also, some of the miners that are running out start mining faster too. Yeah. I mean, the only thing is like if you before you get too much so that you don't ever consume it, then have like a cluster, a vein cluster of 20 nodes, and then you consume it so that there might be like half left, but there are only like maybe 8 left. That means the miners are not covering as much anymore, and then you might not be able to sort of keep up with the same production speed. And well, technically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold on, why am I not building it from here? Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Six, but it's not 6, is it? Oh, it is on a 6-second cycle. Okay, so that's just it. What do we need for this one? I need 4 per second. Okay. I think we can assume kimberlite at this point. 1.5. Oh no, this is horrible. No. If this was speed 1, then it would produce 2 every 1.5 second. So that means every 1.5 second it produces 4. What if it's this one? Then it's 1 every 2 seconds, and then it's crafting speed 2. So it's going to be 1 every second. There you go. So it's only like 4 of these. These are pathetic amounts. Come on. Next one's going to be good. So for this one, I need now 1 thing per second. One of these. And they are on an 8-second cycle, right? Yep. So that's 4 of those. 8 of those. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sweet. That's going to be disgusting. And what else do we need? Now we need some deuterium. That is a base resource because we can harvest that. Iron, that's easy. And then the particle containers. So, is that a base material? No, not really. Right, let's build it here. This one requires 2 of those. Okay, so I need 2 of these per second. That means this one. This one will be 1 per second. 1, 2, 3, that's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. That's going to be the 8 of those we need. And then we can copper. That's just input. And graphene. And then electromagnetic turbines. How many do we want of what? I need now, this is 2, so I need 4 electromagnetic turbines per second. Let's do that. I don't know how far I want to continue this. This is every 2 seconds. So if I have 2 of those, then it's 1 per second. And then I have 8 of those, then it's 4 per second, which is what I want. Good. And each of these require 2. So this is 4 per second. Then I need 8 of the normal ones per second. Of normal motors. And they are on a 2-second cycle. So I need 8 of these. There. Why MK2 assemblers but plain smelters? That's a good point. That's a good point. Plain smelters are not correct. Because this should be the first build of this. Oh. Okay, let's also do the other one, just if I'm trying now. If I did this... Okay, let's try it. So if I have 3 of these, that means every 3 seconds I get 2 crafts for each. That means I get 4 outbound for each every 3 seconds. And then I have 3, so it becomes every second. So is this giving us 4 per second? I think so. MK3 assembler, yes, but I don't expect that by the time that you build this, you will want to build this one before you start making plane smelters, or before you start making assemblers Mark III. That's how I would wager it, and then you can always just upgrade it if you want. But the idea here is that this one, gravity matrix, yes, and this is the smelter, but they are requiring quantum chips. So you haven't built the quantum chips. At least for me, I don't build this first. I am rushing to get this one because that gives me warpers, and as soon as I have this, then the next step is quantum chips. And once I have quantum chips, then I put it together as green circuits, because then I can also get this one, and then only after that I'm going to go into quantum printing technology. Okay, so if I have 3 of these, then it crafts 2 times per second. Is it? And that should be 4. What are the question marks? Something is not implemented. Why, baked beans, why 1.5? Oh, 1.5 Mark II smelter. Alright, 1.5. Yeah, but this is not 1.5. Oh, dear. Yeah, I was just getting confused why you got something. I mean, it's because you were saying 1.5 Mark III smelters, and I'm looking at 3. So it's all good. This is enough. How did you get that, Mason? Maze 2 on. How did you get that? Because I get this. I get this as being correct. Why are we not in agreement here? More people pitch in and weigh in on this. Are you going with pre-warp? What assemblers are you using? I am using Mark II assemblers. But if you want to upgrade, upgrade. Right? But that's also a good idea to... Yeah, okay. Merlin, that's also what I'm calculating, right? So now the catch here is that if I build it and then I decide suddenly to just drag over the upgrade planner and upgrade everything, then this is not going to be upgraded and this is not going to be upgraded. So am I going to be adding 4 extra of these plus 1.5 extra here just so that I can upgrade it? Or am I just going to be like, no, that's not how things are working here. You just build to this level and then that's it. Yeah. Thank you, baked beans. I have followed, but I can't chat. Yes, you can. Let's wait for that. It isn't Megabase yet. No, this is exactly like you stamp it down. This is the first build you do. And the idea is actually that if I'm looking at my research, so what I've done, we're just pretending here. I have just completed this thanks to our awesome blueprint that we did before. It's awesome. And what do I want to do from here? Well, I would either want to make the gravitational wave fractioning this part, or I would want to make quantum chips. But either way, I would either stamp down the quantum chips or I would stamp down the green circuit. The green circuit is going to be missing the quantum chip because you can just drag a line from one to the other, and then that's gonna be working. I can't chat either. They scream at the monitor and you just can't hear me. I think that's a good thing. Okay. Let's just get this all the way towards the end. This one, does that have any subcomponents? Well, yes. This one is now making 8 per second, and that means I need 8 gears per second. So if I look at this part here is going to be pretty big, but not at all daunting. This is the only thing that's going to be annoying. The rest is going to be super simple. Then next time we'll be figuring out what we have. This part here will just be a belt inbound. That will be belt inbound from here, from there, that one. The problem is I don't really have an easy way to actually get a belt outbound from this location. That's kind of one of the things I don't like about this design, but it is what it is. What is that? Oh, it's because it's going back there. Ah, yeah. All right, but this is also where we are going to wrap up today. So this is it's all good. And let me see here. Oh, it looks like Chris is streaming, and it is his birthday. So let's jump on over to him and wish him a happy birthday. Great Big Wolf Chris. There. Let's do that, and then I will see you maybe tomorrow for some Factorio, or on Wednesday for what I expect to be the last episode of our Dyson Sphere program, and then I have like 2 tutorials left on YouTube and maybe some base tour and stuff like that. That's good. Thank you very much. Let's make sure that we wish Chris a happy birthday. Good night, take care, and stay effective.